Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, good evening, depending where you're from. I'm just going to change one thing over here. So, if there's no pigment coming from the chat, I will just start with whatever is needed to top off some, paints I'm working on for orders or other paints I need to start. So, fully up to you, or I will just start and let the chat decide while the live is going on. So I had a typo, but as the title implies, longest life ever. I just need to make paint, and like I said yesterday quickly, I actually enjoy making paint with kind of a little bit of chat, not too much distraction from anything else, just the interaction here. In the meantime, I'm just quickly finishing my coffee. And I'm going to have a look if there are things that I can kind of continue with. There are some things that could be possible. But I'm just going to wait just a little bit longer for people maybe to arrive or to join, if there's anything you'd like to see, or anything you'd like to hear about, or kind of join me in the process. I can top that off as well. So I have a few options for myself which I can just start or make, but like I said, it's also a little bit up to you. In the meantime, I'm going to check on some other things if they've dried properly over the night. I'll be right back. In the meantime, just feel free to suggest a pigment or ask a question. So I have a few options. Need to see if I have enough pans for it, if I can top anything off, stuff like that. But I have a few options for myself. So I think I'm just going to start with green gold, PY 129. In the meantime, just wait if there's anyone who will suggest a pigment, or if there's something you want to see. And head back to this. I need to figure out a way to do that better, so I, don't need to go to a black screen. There's probably a way for it. One of the more hydrophobic pigments, especially in the yellow range. So I'm doing this in very small batches. I'm going to have a look if there's something kind of left here for me to start with. I don't think I had this. There's a little bit. Let's have a look if there's anything in it. I made a very, very tiny batch a while back, but this is not enough for, this is maybe two dots what's in here. So I'm just going to fill that jar a bit, top of some pans. So let's have a look. I can start with that as well. So with this pigment, you actually need to wear a mask. My air filtration system is on during my live. Not very loud, not very hard, but it is on. Putting on another layer of liquid gloves. First letting this dry in a bit. Binder, muller. I can prep some small swatching papers in the meantime. So, yesterday as well, by the way, this isn't the best time to go live. But yesterday, today, the weekend, the evenings for me are not very convenient. Kind of all fully booked, so I'm just going live right now to do the work that I otherwise would have done anyway. Let's have a look. Okay, so let's get started with this. So as you know, if you follow my channel, I like to start like this while making hydrophobic pigments or working with hydrophobic pigments. This is, so a week ago I made Indian yellow. Good morning, Durwood. Thanks for joining. So a week ago I made Indian yellow, and it did the same thing. That is a pigment, PY153. That is a pigment that really lumps together quite easily. And this one doesn't so much, but this is more hydrophobic. So it's two kinds of weird when it comes to mixing with your binder. It's quite early for you, isn't it? So for me, it's kind of, or for my life, it's kind of unrecognizable in which time zone I am. It's a 1:15 in the afternoon. 4 a.m. Wow. Well, good morning. That is quite an early morning. When I set up my, well, I kind of made an automation, I think, on my laptop. If I press like go live, like my blinds go down and the lights kind of go on, and you know, it could be evening. It's actually sunny and raining, so it's quite annoying light since it's constantly changing. So this is kind of my studio setup, and there's someone at the door. But he will probably leave it at the door. It's a package. Probably, hopefully, I don't know. So, do you kind of remember how popular they were? Going live at 7? I can imagine, like, it's early for you, and it's early for, well, people here, but overseas, I kind of imagine that's a good time. So Durwood, how late or how early do you start when it's 4? Yeah, really, Gulchen, welcome. It really depends on the region. But you know, looking at most of my videos are watched by people from the US, like percentage-wise. Going back in time, 7. Yeah, it's quite late still, maybe. But your lives can last a bit longer, I think, you know, since bedtime for those people. Others here in Europe might join, whereas it's kind of the other way around. But for my live streams during the evening, where I start at 9, I get more people from the US, depending on if it's during their work hours. But it's quite late for me, so after 2 hours it's like, oh, it's 11, and my kids wake up early, so I can't, do it any longer than that most of the times. It is 4 a.m. and you start work at 8. Wow, you are early. Please, get some rest. I'm very thankful for you joining here, but, sleep is important. Thanks, Cyan Inc. This is kind of a relaxing pigment to start with, slowly working it into the binder, making sure everything stays, nothing dries out here. Already kind of mulling on the sides and adding a little bit of pigment each time from the middle. This is Green Gold PY129. You can join whenever you like, Durwood. I'll be here for quite a long time, a few hours I think, today. So maybe just when you go to work, just before that. But take some rest. See you later. So yesterday, during my live, I made ultramarine, violet, potter's pink, and I showed you a little example of this PG10, the original kind of green gold, and PY129, this one that I'm making. They are very similar. This is a little bit more yellow, this is a little bit more green leaning, but looking at this, and especially when I used my spectrometer for it, for the readings, very, very similar colors. Oh, that's... Good morning, Nicole. Thanks for joining. 0 to 2 watchers. So why did you choose to go live at that time, Cyan Inc? PG10 and PY129, they are lovely, but I have PG10, and there's like different versions of it. There's different versions of green gold PG10. Forgot about the other one, PY129. Obviously, I need to check for the other one. And same with this, different versions are available. So I have one version of the pigment, but there are greener versions, there are more yellow versions. This is what I call the cooler sibling of nickel azo yellow, PY150. Same characteristics. So dull, this is moss greenish, very light version though, in its mass tone, whereas Nickel Azo Yellow PY150 is a mustard-ish yellow in its mass tone. This transparent goes to a very vibrant though, quite a large drying shift, but very vibrant color, a cooler yellow. Whereas Nickel Azo Yellow goes to a very vibrant, bright, warmer leaning yellow. But very similar in handling characteristics. Using paint, but also making paint out of them, very similar. You needed something to wake you up. Well, that's, I don't know if live streaming would work for me for that. I'm afraid, when I wake up and would immediately start making paint or go live, that I would make a lot of mistakes. The more greener looking was PG10, yeah. So the one on the left here, PG10 and PY129. If anything though, green gold, I would say the original PG10, a PG, a green pigment. It's its modern version, a yellow pigment, but almost the same. Different pigment numbers mean different chemical composition. But why this wouldn't have a PG pigment index number, I don't know. Well, actually, looking at this, I actually do know. It's kind of, I think this more belongs to the yellows, but looking at a genuine sap green, for instance, or other buckthorn berry pigments, they could be either NY, natural yellow pigment, or NG, natural green pigments. So really depends on, I don't know who decides what gets what, but oh yeah, that's fine. Actually was quite confused when someone asked me about the original a while back, and started with PG as well, but that's because I actually never worked with it. I've tried it and I've made it once, but I don't really work with it as making paint out of it regularly. So this I need to take on very carefully. You can already kind of see it here, and it's kind of a clean finger, but if I go over this, there is some dust, so I need to take it a little bit more slowly. Dust on the top of my muller means that some pigment particles are going up a little bit too quickly. And otherwise, I need to wear a mask, which I would actually do without going live, but I'm just going to take it very slowly now. So for those of you here, if there's any pigment that you would like to see today during the live being made, please let me know. Just put it in the chat. I will see if I can either top off pens that I worked on already. If they're not dry, I won't make him now, because I made some paint that is still drying. But if I can top something off, or if I can start new pens, which is possible, I will do that as well. So let me know if there's anything you're interested in, maybe things I don't have in my line of paint on my Etsy. Let's see what's in my message here. Sorry, I'm throwing a message. Oh, that's my shop update. Okay. Sorry about that, but that's my Etsy. So if you want to know which pigments I do offer, you can check that link in the chat. PY10 is Hansa Yellow, one of the Hansa Yellows. It sounded familiar, but yellows and reds, I think, have one of the most pigment numbers out there, different pigment numbers, and especially with the reds, there's loads of reds that aren't light fast or very fugitive. I don't have, or I might have them, but I don't use them. And if I have them just, you know, for my collection, but not for making paint out of it. And I don't know the names of a lot of them. Gonna be very honest about that, but there's just too many different things, too many different brands naming it differently. Just the pigment number would work for me most of the time. So as you can see, I only used kind of 2 teaspoons or teaspoons. It's a little bit more than teaspoons I use. Anyway, I only use 2 scoops of pigment, and it takes such a long while till everything is kind of milled and, you know, wetted. Yes, I can do that, although I'm lacking a device actually. I've been looking if I can get my hands on like an older phone to use it as a camera there, or because I'm chatting with you on my iPad, my iPhone is filming over there, and those are the only 2 devices that can work with the app and show the spectral waves, or the wavelengths, the spectral curves. But yeah, I'm reading the chat there. But if I have completely cleaned this, I will show you the difference with the next spectrometer on my iPad. No problem. But I won't be able to read the chat there. But that's fine, I think. I'm just going to add a little bit more binder. Mix it with a little bit more water. That is better. Do I have Han Purple? Somewhere. Han Blue and Purple are in my collection, yes. Not a lot. Well, it's like a tiny bit. But I need to look for it. It is very pricey, and you know, things like that. I offer some, you know, quite unique pigments already, and things like that are just for me. I think for my looking at what I try to offer in a constant range of pigments. It wasn't, or it isn't really interesting for me to buy in a larger skill, and you know. But if there is a lot of demand for it, might have a look into it. But then I know there's others out there who sell it. And would it be like interesting for me, business-wise, to offer it, to add it to my line of paint? I don't know. But you know, buying the kind of smallest amount as possible from Kramer, you can try things out. You know, like this. It's interesting to just have a look how things feel and how they work, what they look like, seeing them in real life. That's always interesting. Also by things I don't offer, highly toxic stuff. It's just interesting to see what Paris green looks like in real life, for instance. But also with those things, same as with purpurism, for instance, the pigment, the lake pigment of purple or of Tyrian purple. Incredibly expensive and very disappointing when you are used to the modern kind of violet pigments. So we are kind of spoiled when it comes to the range of pigments that we have and can work with. Tyrian purple, so that's one thing which is almost the complete opposite of what I'm working on right now. But Tyrian purple is not suitable to make or to use for watercolor paint. So just one thing, if you buy that tiny bit of Tyrian purple available at Kramer or anywhere else, it's a dye. So Tyrian purple, it's a dye. Purpurism, that they sell that name, I don't know if that's the official name, but I know they sell it under the name Purpurism. That's the one that you can actually use as a pigment. Right, the other one is not stable. It won't mull properly. It's very grainy, and they have laked the Tyrian purple into Purpurism, so it's suitable for watercolor paint or any other paint. So I've seen someone like make paint out of that very tiny bit of, I think it was 25 milligrams of Tyrian purple. Quite an investment that you need to make for such a tiny bit of pigment. And I think at the top of my head, but someone could fact check it, but I think 25 milligram, so milligram of Tyrian purple is the same price as 1 gram of purpurism. Still a lot to pay for a gram of pigment. You can make an ink out of Tyrian purple, an ink or dye fabrics, like they used to. Oh, sorry about that. You can do that. It's suitable for that. But making paints out of it, out of something that was used as a dye mostly, also to paint with, but purpurism is the way to go. Yeah, that's the glance of sea snails, I think it was. So I'm still going to do it very slowly, but I'm going to add a little bit more pigment, but still very slowly. I don't want everything to get airborne here. Interesting though, that sound. It's a very fine, very light pigment. But we're working with kind of ground up chemicals here. So that scratchy sound is just kind of a trace of what this used to be. It still surprises me sometimes, especially with pigments like this. You know, I fully get that. By the way, it takes a lot of space. It takes quite a lot of money too. But as you maybe have seen in my kind of how to make paint videos, I found this in the thrift shop like a while back. 2 or 3 weeks ago. This is a marble candle holder with a perfectly flat bottom, and it works beautifully as a substitute for like 5-6 centimeter muller. It is actually better than this glass muller. So finding that, you know, and just a very basic little glass shelf from IKEA, maybe an old cutting board without texture, stuff like that. You don't even need to use silicon carbide, carborundum powder. You can just work on glass as well, and you know, there are basics out there that give you the option to start with just a tiny amount of, you know, well, tiny investment. Let me just put it like that. There's a ready-made binder out there, but you know, you can easily buy like 100. I'm saying you could easily buy. I'm filling that in. That is not okay, but you could easily find like 100 grams of gum arabic. Dissolve that overnight. Add a little bit of honey, maybe glycerin from I don't know, any shop, even the supermarket. So there's ways to start with just you know, very few stuff. And I'm fully kind of giving the wrong example when it comes to you know, pigment wise. But if you are interested in just a tiny amount of pigment or a tiny amount of, you know, something, a certain color, have a look at local art supply shops. They have pigments. Have a look at, you know, I don't know, you can even contact me or any other paint maker. Maybe just, you know, send a message and ask for just a bit of pigment. Could be in a Ziploc bag, for instance, 10 grams. And just naming a few examples that are possible. But pigments from from the Netherlands, Verfmode de Kat, for instance, those little paper bags. Great pigments to start with, and just look for the single pigments there, so you can appreciate the pigment properties a bit better than pigment mixes. They have beautiful pigment mixes as well, but if you want to start and if you want to know what it feels like making paint, some mixes are really easier. Look at my sea green, for instance, but like ultramarine blue, ultramarine violet, pink, ochres, umbers, things like that, very accessible. Only, like, I think those few, €5-6 for a bag of 100 grams of pigment. maybe they got more expensive, but maybe they got a little bit more expensive, by the way. It's been a while since I bought those, but it's, you know, more accessible than people think. And if you want to do it really, 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 really well and set up a space for it, you know, it takes a lot. It takes effort, energy, investment, time. But if you just want to know what it feels like, and if you have a glass plate left, see if you have maybe an old whiskey glass or a glass with a thick glass bottom. You know, I tried this, you know, what is used for making coffee, although you need to find a solid kind of one. This is chrome plated, and the scratches underneath show me brass underneath. I think it's brass, maybe it's a cheaper metal, I don't know. So I need to do some little bit more experiment with this, but thrift shop, you know. And this, by the way, for you know, coffee, this is very, very heavy, so this is actually quite a nice find if it works. But don't use things if you still use them for food, or you know, when you're using a glass for drinking, don't make paint out of it or with it and use it for drinking. Don't use that for making paint and making coffee. I wouldn't suggest doing that at all. But you know, garage sales, thrift shops, things like that, they have some really beautiful things. Maybe some, you know, an old marble slab, for instance. I've seen those. If you don't find something, you know, glass that you can work with, or if you just run into it. What do you mean with classes? Like in what way? Looking from a business point of view, by the way, people, I think people would like disagree with how I handle stuff a lot. I mean, I have like a 6 video series on how to make paint. It's on my YouTube. It's a playlist, but six separate videos that take you along, you know, the way of all the steps of making paint. The lives I use for, you know, educational purposes, and I'm giving away everything for free while I'm making and selling paint myself. So business-wise, I think people would say I'm not like I could earn more money like with making paint or teaching how to make paint, but that's not what it's about for me. Yes, I'm a business and I want to make like a proper living out of it, but sharing my passion, sharing my knowledge, I don't know, I enjoy doing that, and you know, just hopefully getting my YouTube monetized, so there's a little bit of income for that, and maybe at the end, you know, more income. But that's never been my goal, but it would be nice to kind of get that checked off my list. But you know, I'm a seller of a physical product, teaching people how to make it themselves for free. Maybe I should think that over. No. Do you have a sip and paint, or is that a US thing? A sip and paint? I don't know. I know that there are like channels, Twitch, YouTube, that have like more of a paint along, paint with me community style thing. But not that I know of, like it's really is a thing like here. Like, then still we need to look a bit more international. Yeah, I understand that is quite a competitive market. You know, I put some kind of reactions underneath videos of YouTubers as well, like that. But that's just, you know, kind of spreading the word. I think that's more it. Letting people know it exists. But I also notice, and that is like a Gulchen as a reaction on you, getting in touch with those popular YouTubers, especially depending on who they are, and hyping them up for something that maybe is not it. I've seen that, and I've talked about that with someone else yesterday, seeing a very popular YouTuber talking about handmade paints and making so many mistakes, or putting so many claims out there about that paint or the pigment or the mix. That's kind of, yeah, that's for me as a competitor, but also for me as a business trying to like stand out a bit with unique things, putting my heart and soul into stuff, and then hearing someone talk so easily about something, making so many mistakes about the facts, about the pigment, about the origin, the history, the everything, every single thing about that, and putting it just as a claim out there on YouTube with a few 100,000 people having it, you know, or having looked at it in the first few days already. It is so frustrating. Like, yeah, and there's nothing I can do about that. I don't want to be that person who kind of points and say that's not right. Although I'm doing it now here, but this is, you know, within my own space. So I don't want to be that person, because, you know, as a business that wouldn't be really interesting for me to do as well. But there are some things I really need to kind of open up about. Maybe. Good morning, Fat Filbert. Thanks for joining. You could do a paint along or classes on paint making or workshops. People buy more when they feel like they are present in stores. Yeah, I'm in contact with the store, but they're kind of changing things, and they've been really busy before like Christmas. So I still need to visit them next week. I planned on visiting them next week. I have a few of my paints that are on the shelves there in that store, and we've been talking about, you know, workshops in that physical store as well, to, you know, let people get them like familiar with handmade paints, because being in that store, I've attended to the Art Academy as well, and thinking as a student or as an artist, there's a pan of ultramarine blue from a well-known brand that is €2 for a half pan. And then there's my pan of ultramarine blue for 7-8 euros. I don't know. It is a way more generously filled half pen. My half pens are just straight and don't go narrow, so basically there's more paint in them, but also it's handmade paint, and most of you know what that difference is. But it's not enough to justify a 4 or 5 euro difference for anyone who doesn't know what they have in front of them, which is a shame. So showing people what the difference is, what the entire process behind it is, and just literally what the difference is on paper, I think that's really important to do, as like in real life. Because I understand I wouldn't buy, as a student or as an artist, I wouldn't buy something that is so much more expensive if the other thing is enough for me. I get that. Like, people who make watercolor paintings, they aren't my niche. It's like part of them are my niche, but it's a small percentage. So it's a niche within a niche within a niche, maybe, because I also offer some weird pigments that people wouldn't buy if they don't know about them. Which I also understand. Business-wise, I've let this pigment sit here for too long. Business-wise, I can learn a lot. So my wife got me a book about it, and I really need to get through that. You know, having kind of the knowledge or being aware that some things are better in a different way and actually acting like it, that's also quite like a steep way sometimes. So for those of you here, like I said in the beginning, you know, I have done better times like during the day for a live stream, especially when it comes to people who can join. But for those of you who are here, thanks for joining me. Thanks for you know, being present in the chat. Also, if you don't, you know, if you haven't done it already, please give it a thumbs up so more people find out about the live stream. And what are you interested in? Like, which pigments, which pigment would you like to see? I know I still have a small heap of dry pigment left here, but any suggestions here from the chat? Oh, yeah, no, I understand that. So for people who just enjoy painting, what are your favorite colors? PR 225, PR 225, PR 225. Are you making it hard for me right now? I need to look it up. I have 224 or 226. I don't have 225. What's 225? I'm just going to. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Now I want to know what it goes by. Iron Throne Red. There is no brand offering that. No. Now I'm interested. There's no. It does exist. Pearl Crimson. That I do know. An in-your-face red. Let's do that. Yeah. Okay. So our green pigments, cyan ink, are. But be more specific. What kind of green pigment? There is loads of green pigments. Technically, this is a yellow pigment, but its origin lays in a green pigment. But Iron Throne Red, PY or PR225, is a thing, but it's not offered by anyone, which makes it more interesting to go after it. So I need to kind of let's have a look. Palette knife. And I need to get this little dried piece over here. I need to incorporate that into the paint as well. So, okay, here we go. Now, all the dry paint is wetted. Most of it is already mulled. And as you can see, there is quite a color difference when, you know, I'm mulling here or at the sides. You see that on the camera as well. Oh, it's already open on my screen. But cyan ink, green pigment. What kind of green pigment would you like to see, or are you interested in? I'm just quickly going to wipe the top of my muller to make sure there's no dry pigment. Sides as well. Still a lot of dry pigment sticking on the side here. So before I start properly mull this pigment, manganese blue, I absolutely sell manganese blue, and I got a great review of it on my Instagram yesterday. There's no sorry for making coffee, Fat Filbert, especially when you are my very first member with the lovely blue muller behind your name. You never should apologize for making coffee. It's actually a good idea. I'm going to make a coffee when I'm finished with this. So I do sell manganese blue. I have manganese blue in my collection, and that's one of the extinct pigments that I have enough of. Although you do see it a lot lately. I know there's like a paint maker / pigment seller who sells it, and people make use of it and sell it as well for more money. But it is a lovely pigment, and I'm kind of glad that that it's out there again. I mean. I know that there's, I think Cornelissen and Sons from the UK. They sold it until 2 years ago. as a pigment on their website, but they wouldn't ship it internationally, which was a problem. Then a few sources came with old stock. They piled up on some old stock. They kind of resold that on eBay mostly. I know a source that still has kind of enough of it, of the pigment. I'm talking about the dry pigment. I don't know if there's a I don't think there's a pigment dispersion of it, but yeah, it was mostly because of the toxic waste. So the more strict rules about toxic waste and not having anywhere to put that waste that came with manganese blue, of the production of manganese blue, it's mostly the reason. So as a manganese pigment, still, you know, you need to be kind of careful with it. It's a heavy metal. It is it's not a healthy pigment. Let me just put it like that. Is there such a thing as a healthy pigment? No, but hopefully you know what I mean. Welcome to the chat as well. Shalom. Yeah, it's the it was the production. So production and toxic waste that it produced, that there wasn't really a place for it to put or get rid of. And it's not like the manganese part in it. There's loads of manganese pigments. Yinmin blue, for instance, yttrium, indium, and manganese oxides. Part of it is manganese as well. It's also a blue, but the production and, you know, the way it's made, completely different. So it has nothing to do with the manganese part or you know, anything like that, or something obviously, but toxic waste because of it was the issue. Well, as long as as it doesn't kill you like Paris green, yeah, that's just, you know, that's a dangerous pigment. It is dangerous to work with. It is dangerous to store. It is dangerous to swatch. The swatch that I have of it is laminated twice. So I made a lamination like between plastic in a small kind of plastic sheet, and I laminated that again after it. I threw everything away, like my brush and paper towels, everything that I used for you know, cleaning it in toxic waste. A special toxic waste bin. So, but you know, having a swatch or a pigment in a jar that isn't like properly closed, sometimes it's being sold as a pigment, and people aren't aware of how dangerous that pigment is. So the fumes that come of it when it's, you know, around oxygen or not properly closed, the fumes are deadly, are poisonous, toxic. And people just buying the pigment because, ooh, it's Paris green, it's a part of history. I get that, but people selling it and then not like sharing the danger that they sell, and it's not even like an exaggerated version, but if they don't share that part, they are responsible for what happens. And I know it's really hard to kind of prove it, and it's really hard to make them kind of accountable, but or almost impossible in some cases. But they should be the ones that need to feel the responsibility of selling Paris green. Well, I can make cobalt blue for you if you're interested, Nicole. I'm actually planning to add it later on, so not. I updated my shop last week, not yet, but I want to add a PB28 and 74 cobalt blue. I both want to add that to my shop. So it's starting to get, it's already kind of very smooth, but it starts to look like paint now. But manganese blue I do have in pre-order. So if you wanna, if you are interested in buying it, maybe send a message through Etsy if you are interested in cobalt blue as well, because I can always make a pen. Cyanic, you said any green pigment is good. I don't know the numbers. And coffee is good right now. Yeah, I really need to. Oh, that's okay, watercolorist. Welcome back. Like the title said, if you refreshed it, longest life ever for Dirty Blue. I'm here now for an hour, a little bit more than an hour. I need to take some breaks as well, by the way. I mean, I need to have a coffee and a drink, and I need to wash my hands after this. But this is quite a beautiful, smooth, silky paint, as it is right now. So I will top off the pens with this. I will clean my slab. I will make a reading. I'm first going to wash my hands. I'm going to make a reading with my spectrometer, comparing PG10 with PY129. So I have a few pens that needed to have a refill, or could use a little bit of a refill. It's a very light, very fine pigment. It shrinks quite a lot as a paint. So I don't want to make the layers too thick. you know, I'm topping it off with this kind of muffin top, like with this pen in particular, and this kind of wood dry to something that is quite not flat but a regular pen. A watercolorist, I only will compare a swatch of PG10 with this. So comparing a regular half pen with a dot pen. There we go. Hello, Blue Fair, and then some. Welcome. I need to have a look. What was that? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, but this is like, you know, when you see the slab, that's the reason why it's PY 129 and it's not a PG pigment. It is very yellow, although in its mass tone, you know, you see why it's green. On my hands, you see why it's yellow. PY 129. Empty pens. I just noticed, by the way, I have enough dots of this, so I will just, you know, I will just start filling new half pens for the shop. So I had a suggestion for Pyro Crimson earlier in the chat, a green pigment. I don't know if Manganese Blue was a suggestion of making a pigment or just a question if I sold it or sell it. Any more preferences, any more things I could, should, would make? Because I'm here for a little bit longer. And after I cleaned everything up and washed the slab and everything, I'm going to have a look if what has my priorities. So I think I can do Scarlet, Pyro Scarlet. Those layers are dry. Manganese Blue, I need to check. I think it's not dry yet. I can make any kind of green. Preferably something easier than a very hydrophobic one, since I just, you know, made one pigment during the last hour, which is fine, and it's not even that much, you see, but it's made well with care and love, and you've all been kind of part of it, so I don't mind working on pigments that are more hydrophobic or take a longer time, but I can kind of give more people what they want if I work with easier pigments. So if you come up with phthalo green, for instance, possible, always possible, everything's possible, but it would take a longer time as well. So let me have a look if you have any preferences, or let me have a look. Tell it to me if you have a preference. If you want to see anything here on the slab being made into paint. Ultramarine pink, PR 259, which is actually a good one, because I am in need of some new pants for that. So okay, I like that suggestion. I like the other ones as well, but orange. I saw my Pyrrole oranges PO73 could use a refill just now, but that's like, it's painful in your eyes, especially, you know, for me, but on the webcam camera anywhere, it's even worse than Pyrrole Scarlet. It is such a chromatic pigment. PO62 I can do as well. Quinacridone burnt orange, PO48 I can make. That still needed a top, and and it's dry, so orange is fire. Okay, so I really like the ultramarine pink, by the way. Well, you know what? Let's do ultramarine pink first and then orange afterwards, because Pyrrole orange is quite a hydrophobic, very staining pigment as well, and ultramarine pink is not. So let's quickly do an ultramarine pink, and then make Pyrrole orange after that. I'm making a mess here. Also, it's not really the order I would make paints in. Would usually start with the lessest staining, easier to clean pigments, when I would like just make paint on my own. But that's fine. So the great thing about wearing liquid gloves is that I can just scrub off the staining nastiness, and I'm left with quite clean hands. I showed in a different live. You know, as paint, this would, or as a wash, this would have been usable. As paint, not so much. It is such a tiny amount of pigment. It is quite staining. It is a very tinting pigment, so a little goes a long way. And I have I'm sorry about the noise. I have perfected my palette knife skills in a way that I scrape off as much pigment as possible. You know that. But you know, whatever is left on there is really not usable as paint that can be put in a pen. But I get what you're saying. I started making paint when I actually when I was actually still painting myself, and I actually made such tiny batches of paint that I only made enough for whatever was on the slab. I used that. So. It is a possibility. I have been talking about that during earlier lives as well, to gather everything like I'm doing now and making, I would call it throwaway gray, but it is such a hassle to do that. And to make sure it is usable, because you don't want to have any dirt in it, you don't want to have any dust of the fabric. A watercolorist I can show you. Maybe I can show you something. I don't know if it's anywhere near here. It was a combination between gouache, watercolor, and a layer of color pencils. What I made before. It's not really accessible at the moment. There's boxes in front of it. I can show you a different time. So, slab is clean. I'm going away from the jet just for now. I'm going to so let me have a look. Only mulling here. Okay, so I have a filter on top of my camera, which I should be able to use to get rid of that. Yes, look at that. The tech works with me. So I'm going to scan this side, PG10 here, and I'm going to do the exact same thing for PY129. And the difference you see here, the red is PY129, and how you should kind of read this, I need to adjust my camera a bit. The red is PY129 and the green is PG10. So how you should read this is there's more blue reflected by PY129, but there's also like the spike in the cyan green part over here near 500 nanometers, that is almost identical. So between 470 and 520, it is almost identical. But after that, you see the red line over there has a little bit more orange, yellow, orange, red wavelengths reflecting. What that means can be a little bit warmer, but also there's a little bit more blue. If this line were to be fully horizontal, it would reflect white or gray or black, right? Having higher lines here and lower lines there, you are talking about a yellow if the line is here, an orange if the line stops here, and a red if the line goes from here down. Right, so that is kind of how you should read this. If it's the other way around, you have a violet blue over here. If it goes down, that's that. You have a cyan if it goes to here and down, that's that. And a green if it goes to here to there, that's that. Let's compare that, you know, just for comparison's sake, compare it with Potter's pink. Like Potter's pink, quite some cool tones, cool wavelengths here being reflected. A little bit less on the green, but more on the violet. And then, you know, not so much yellow. Orange to red goes up. A lot of near infrared wavelengths are reflected here. Right, so difference between Potter's pink and the green line is PG10. So if we compare, and it you know, it's absolutely bonkers if I compare these with each other. I can just, you know, better do something like this and show you the wavelengths here. You know, you have the colors, you have everything. A lot of blue wavelengths are reflected here. A dip on the green goes a little bit up with the warmer side of yellow, and then near infrared wavelengths quite a lot. So this is ultramarine violet. Let's just take ultramarine green with it. Just, you know, because we can. Cyan to green, a lot of it, a little bit of blue, because, you know, it's quite a blue ultramarine green, but also a lot of near infrared wavelengths are being reflected here. So there is a lot of interesting stuff going on when you look at, you know, photospectrometry. Well, you know, this. But also, I'm not, you know, I see the chat. I need to turn my head for the chat. So I'm going to do it like this right now. So the chat is over there. It is quite a close match. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to take my swatches here. I'm going to look for my, I want to say black swatches. I'm going to look for the black swatches. Yeah, so these are quite interesting to me. Perylene green, PBK 31, Perylene black, PBK 32. So let's have a look. Perylene green. So it is a very dark color. If this were to be a horizontal line, it would have been a black. Like the lower it is, the blacker it is, the higher it is, more to white and everything in between. Any spike here, a little bump in the green, which is, you know, obvious in this one. Let's swatch the wash part over here. It should be a little bit higher. So the greens are higher, but it reflects so much infrared red wavelengths. Wow, struggling here. Zdenka, goedemiddag. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to my live stream. So this is interesting, right? You don't see this. The infrared wavelengths that this reflects, you don't see it because, you know, we don't see infrared. If I would do the same with PBK 32, very similar, it has a dip here. So it actually absorbs the infrared instead of reflects. And a little bit more of a bump that is wider, so more green yellowish than this is. It is a warmer leaning black green, whereas this is a kind of a cooler leaning black-green. But the amount of infrared wavelengths this spike, gives us, this really surprised me, because this is not something you can see, but it does influence how something mixes. So this is really interesting stuff. If you compare things like that. Let's, for instance, put titanium orange next to yellow ochre. If I can quickly find my yellow ochre, should be with the yellows. Sounds kind of logical, doesn't it? Let's have a look. This isn't a really good swatch when it comes to mass tone, and I can put these two next to each other. So let's have a look, because this isn't really a wash what I'm doing right now. Titanium orange, dip in the near infrared wavelengths, and there's a lot of red reflected here. Yellow ochre, not a dip, right? You see, in washes this would be quite a similar color. This is a little bit more orangey, but this is a little bit too much pigment used for the swatch. I have to be honest there. But the dips and the spikes and stuff like that, it all influences. Can I show you the sensor data of PG 17? Yes, let's have a look. First, nickel azo yellow in the washes, because I think washes are really interesting in this one. Nickel azo yellow. There's already a lot of cyan and green and things reflected here, but it goes up all the way from there. This is green gold. So that is steeper, and it goes like more evenly, flat lined. A little bit in the mass tone, should be lower and everything, but not much of a difference. Yeah, so mostly lower. Things for nickel azo yellow should go up there. Yeah, so interesting stuff. Let's have a look. You asked for PG, so let's have a look at my green swatches, the green swatches, the blue swatches, 36, 57, 26, 17. There we go. So mass tone. That's quite interesting, right? Quite a lot of violet blue. Then there's like a bump green and infrared as well. Wash should be the same but higher, more exaggerated, like you see. A really interesting curve. What shall we compare that with? Earth green, very transparent paint. Maybe compare that with malachite and Victoria green, for instance. Like if in washes, the most washiest of washes here, like the most transparent part over here, is quite comparable to this part of, malachite, for instance. Doesn't even look the same. I would say it's the complete opposite. It isn't. Compare that, this is malachite with Victoria green. Then it has those bumps again. Okay, compare that with earth green. The shapes, these are fingerprints, right? This is a fingerprint for a pigment, for a paint. So PG17 to PG7, please. Okay, PG7, here we go. Phthalo green, a blue shade. High bump in the cyan. It's like blue shade with a reason. For instance, 36, yellow shade. Should be more leaning toward that side. Oh, let's have a look. Yeah, it is, but like I did a little bit too much mass tone. So it's more yellow. It goes to, let me have a look, around 35 here, whereas that same point, PG7, goes to 25 with the yellow wavelengths. So I'm looking at this, I'm sorry. Interesting. So PG17 against 7. Let's get rid of this. Can we get rid of this, please? How we can get rid of this? Well, anyway. So 17 and PG7. So a lot of differences, and you know, cobalt teal, just, you know, because it's here. Crazy. Let me go back to the chat. How do you not just do this all day? I would get nothing done. I've done this last week for an entire day with all the swatches of the paint I sell to make the hue circle I shared on Instagram. Also a very interesting one. Ultramarine green to next to cobalt green deep. So first ultramarine green, a lot of blue, spike of green, and a lot of near infrared wavelengths are being reflected here. Cobalt green deep. This is so different. Also still quite, you know, blue, quite cool. But then here, you know, towards the red, it kind of flatlines. There's a little bit of spike, but that spike really doesn't go up. Here, that's just, you know, a deeper curve downwards and then a higher curve upwards here. What does it all mean? Well, it's the amount of wavelengths being reflected, the amount of visible wavelengths of different colors being reflected, and it's not even scientifically correct if I put it like that, but looking at it that way, I think is easier to kind of. Oh, PB17 and 33. Okay, sorry. Easier to kind of understand quickly how things work. There we go. We have the blues. I need to find a good way to organize these. 17, 33. No, that's 35. This is 33. And let's just put phthalo blue next to it, because it's often mixed with white to get a manganese blue hue. So first manganese blue, high peak. This is a cyan, you know, you see the cyan peak over there. PB17, a little bump in the red. Let's go back to a wash of PB33. No bump in the red. And let's go to phthalo blue green shade. You see why it's being used as a substitute for manganese blue, right? So a swatch, this is like, it's all lower, meaning darker. Not less chromatic, but darker. So that's that. Going to this part of PB33 manganese blue. Red is lower. The peak in the cyan is higher. A little bit of mass tone here. And a little bit of mass tone here. So the peak in the blue to cyan wavelengths is just way higher. It's way more chromatic than this is. These are very similar, PB17 and 33. Yeah, I've been looking at something like that to, let me just get back to the chat here. I think this works. So I need to put this on live again. There we go. So I've been looking at this same kind of tool to see how reflective the paint is. So if it's shiny or matte. But for me, it really doesn't make a difference, I think. It would be nice to have, but then again, what kind of use do I have for it? I'm not sure. So for everyone here, 12 people here, thank you so much for joining. I will be here for a few more hours. I plan to be here for a few more hours. After this, I'm going to make ultramarine pink. So let's change that. Like I said in the beginning, I need to black screen like that is a bit inconvenient, bit PR 259. We're going to make that, but first let's make or refill a cup of coffee. Feel free to do so. I'm going to put on my be right back screen, which is literally what it is, because I will be right back. So I took a little snack, and I made a cup of coffee. Welcome back, Painting Hiding. Thanks for joining. First 30 minutes weren't that interesting, anyway. And you know, the first 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half, I made PY129. It was quite a long mulling session. Well, Fat Filbert, I'm back. Coffee is here, so are you. Gulcha made tea. If it's evening somewhere, please feel free to get a drink or a beverage or anything suitable for your time. For me, it's my last cup of coffee this day. I'm trying to not drink coffee after 3 anymore. Or otherwise I would be going till 12 at night here during the live. I don't know how well that would work for me, or how neatly I work, or having a break while having dinner with the family, kind of, you know, putting the kids to bed and stuff like that. Having a be right back screen for an hour and a half is a bit weird, so I'm just going until I'm not. So I'm going to make, as you can see over there, that side of the screen, PR259 ultramarine pink. And Sandra, by the way, welcome. I haven't said welcome to you. You suggested some pigments to be scanned with the spectrometer. So if you want to see more of that, or mixes or things like that, just shout it out. I'm here to serve you guys. I think at that point you can call it a finished stream. Yeah. So I won't be going on forever today, but I will be going on for at least an hour, maybe 2 hours more. So, Fat Filbert, please enjoy your breakfast and coffee. I'm just enjoying my coffee here. I had 2 suggestions. Ultramarine pink, which I'm going to make now, and after that an orange. And I think pyrrole orange would be a nice one. If there's anything else, maybe something I can do in between, or anything you would like to see being made into paint that's doable for me, something that I can find quickly during my live stream, just, let me know in the chat if there's anything you'd like to see. And I will make it, or I will try to make it. Have I done separating mixes and then the NYX sensor? Thanks, V. I really like that as well. I mean, like right now there's 12 of you, but there's no 12 likes, guys. Come on, we can do better. No, I'm sorry. There's 12 of you, and like I like this kind of small paint making pigment community. But like I said yesterday, I need to kind of be more involved into you as well, V, your channel. I'm bad at reacting on videos which I watch or have on during my paint making sessions without you guys. So I really need to be more involved myself as well. That's something I need to work on. But I'm really thankful for everyone joining here and being part of the chat and being part of the community. So I really like that. Thanks for the extra thumbs up, guys. Which pigment did you dilute in your coffee cup? I would say it's black coffee. What would it be closest to? I think this is a Van Dyke brown. PBR8 maybe, a warm version, maybe a burnt umber. I don't know. I have, and probably you as well. I mean, all kind of color-minded people. There's times that I a reddish sepia. Yeah, that could very well be it as well. There's times that I see a color, maybe a wall that is painted like a solid color, a particular color that really stands out. I think in kind of pigments sometimes, like seeing a color and just thinking a number, not even a name but a number. That's really annoying sometimes. But then again, it does say something about swatch some coffee and compare. Oh God, guys. This is really a waste of my coffee. Why are you letting me do this? This is not nearly like dark enough but we can. You should get like a high reading on this, like the numbers, the wavelengths are high, but like what it reflects should still be kind of visible. So let's kind of fully saturate this swatch. This is terrible. And let's see if I can kind of bend it inwards so we can maybe make a reflectance curve of the middle if it wants to dry during this live. Let's do a reading of that later. No, I drank the coffee. Come on. My paint water will smell nice now, though. But, you know, I will make sure that none of you, if you buy ultramarine pink from me, it smells like coffee. Why are you letting me do this, guys? I actually had a clean brush. I could just put it in my cup of coffee. I don't know why I did this, but... you know, this is the fun about these lives as well. Because it's interesting, yeah. There's loads of coffee paintings out there. Absolutely. And, you know, it's not coffee that is just made this way. This is just a aluminum cup of coffee, without naming the brand. But if you make or if you make coffee or ground coffee, put a bit of water on that, you have really a lot of control on how saturated the actual coffee is that you're painting with. So this isn't the best example, and this was a waste of a sip of coffee. That must have smelled nice at a time, and I think it will kind of go bad either too. I don't know if it's... Did it last? I know I have a head. I don't have that, or at least it doesn't give any scent off anymore. I mixed a full pan of binder with cinnamon, just cinnamon powder, to put in my dehydrator. So every time I put on the dehydrator, I had this nice like cinnamon bun smell here. I did that very early on, by the way, but it lost the smell completely after a month or so. That would make sense. Lovely ultramarine pink pigment. The powder is really like soft pastelish pink, and then it turns into this almost cobalt violet like cobalt violet dark, PV49 or PV14, the darker version of that. But when it swatches, you have that beautiful like soft pink granulating paint again. How come that ink doesn't like that pen? Is it a different binder or a different base? Also, you know, this is why I suggest starting with, for instance, an ultramarine pigment. If anyone asks me, okay, which pigment should I work first with to make paint? It is such an easy, friendly pigment to work with. I'm not sure if I know what you mean with that, Gulchan. And Fat Filbert, it really smelled like coffee. Yeah, I get that. I don't know how long this will take, by the way, to dry. Okay. This sounds interesting. So still, I know it's not in the description. I think it's not in the description. Is it in the description? It's not in the description. If there's anyone who wants to see a pigment, a certain pigment being made into paint, let me know. Okay. So I'm just going to keep kind of reminding everyone. Berlina, welcome. I'm curious about the ultramarine pink. I have it in a couple of brands, but it would be interesting to see how it melts. Well, here it is. It really kind of melts into the binder. So I haven't done a lot of milling yet. And starting with, you know, this as a pigment being turned into this, and eventually, let me have a look. In the meantime, if I can find a quick swatch of it. This is a swatch of what it looks like dry. So I've tried different versions of ultramarine pink by name and pigment number, and what I mean with that, I've tried an ultramarine pink which was PV15. I've tried ultramarine pinks that were different PR259s, and I ended up using this one because this has a particular character about it which kind of reminds me a bit of a like a bluer, a little bit more vibrant Potter's pink, maybe. Where Potter's pink is really a muted pink. And a little less blue than some PV15 ultramarine pinks had. I know some can be like really similar. And for an ultramarine, I think, feeling what the paint does in the slab, what it looks like, looking at this edge, I think we're already there. I don't know, that wasn't necessary. I'm using the same technique here as I did with PY129 green gold. Using the same amount of pressure, I'm using the same force, I'm using the same angle, scraping of the paint, and this is just so much. Well, I got the comment like while washing my plate, it's such a waste of pigment. It's the same amount of pigment here as that, you know, got stuck on my plate with green gold. But this is more transparent, more or less staining. But it's the same amount of pigment. So you see what kind of influence a characteristic like staining of a pigment has on how much the slab is kind of colored by it as well. I just watched a short on Pyrrole Orange. It is a very vibrant color. It is like an in-your-face orange. How about mixing ultramarine pink with Pyrrole Orange, since you have both of them handy? We can do that. I mean, why not? Let me first see if I have pans that need to be filled with ultramarine pink. I ran out of pans of ultramarine pink, or I ran out of, there's no stock of it anymore, and the ones that I have aren't dry yet, but they only need one layer, so let's just make a few, making a mess, a few new pans. Shouldn't be making a mess, that's a waste of paint. Ultramarine pink and Naples yellow. Naples yellow sky is gorgeous. Okay, which version Naples yellow we're talking about? And I can imagine that it's actually quite a gorgeous combination. Well, Berlina, thanks for asking. How are my YouTube hours, a few hours going? Last few days, surprisingly disappointing, and it's not because of any one of you, but I'm losing more hours from last year than I thought I would have. So I'm at close to 3,700 or on 3,700. It really didn't change that much since yesterday. So I know it's a few days behind. but yeah, it was kind of like I expected to lose less hours. Feels like I'm bleeding few hours. I'm gaining a little bit every day, but not as much as I hoped it would be. So I'll just keep going. Earlier in the live stream, I said, you know, I'm not doing this to earn money out of YouTube, but like having my YouTube channel monetized in a way that I can actually just get just a few cents for the advertisements, the ads that are being played, because they are being played on my channel. So it would be nice. It would be kind of, I can tick that box and I can just keep going. But if I won't get there, I will still, you know, keep going and be uploading educational content, and you know, pigment. I will just keep going with what I'm doing, going live, teaching how to make paint, telling about pigments, sharing my passion. Basically, what I did it for. Trying to make a living with selling paint and not with YouTube. It would be nice to kind of have it as a kind of side gig. Well, I'm, you know, because I put quite a lot of hours in it, and I have, you know, quite a lot of gear for it. But it's also, you know, I like that I right now have a kind of setup and workflow that I can make content that I'm like happy with. It's not perfect, but I'm happy with how things are going and what I can do. It's a certain quality that for me kind of works for what I want to share and how I want to share it. If I look back at my classes, like how to make watercolor classes, which I started a year ago, or over a year ago, by the way, looking at those classes and editing choices, or, you know, camera angles, things like that, I think, okay, I can do better. I can redo that. So I'm learning as well as I go. I'm learning. I'm getting kind of my own style. I'm finding out what I like and what works for people. Sometimes, like, I really have no idea why some things aren't working, or why some things are working better. But I re-uploaded a video yesterday, the sea green. I did it with a voiceover. I didn't do it with a voiceover the first time, from 2 or 3 days ago, and I'm just going to see over in the long run what works better. So the feedback that I got, people like the voiceovers better because when they listen to it, they actually hear it. Well, I did actually put the exact same information in the description, or almost the exact same information in the description below the video without a voiceover. I noticed that people don't read the description, so I can learn from that, which is good, I think, for me. So, just made ultramarine pink, but I got a question on mixing ultramarine pink with Pearl orange. And because I have ultramarine pink here, and I have a, let's have a look. I can do it with this brush. Yeah, I have a wet brush over here. I don't know if AdBlock kind of works against me with the watch hours. I know it does kind of work against me with the if I would make earnings from ads, but I don't, because, you know, I'm not monetized yet. So. But I am part of the YouTube partner program because I got like 3,000 hours. So you can use the super chat in the chat over there. There's a super chat button, and there's a super thanks underneath my videos and things like that. So those things are possible now for my channel, but earnings from ads during my videos, before my videos, I'm not getting anything from that just quite yet. So, ultramarine pink. This is a cheaper brush, 12 something, just a house brand of a brush. This is a Da Vinci Spin Synthetics, which I like more. You know, especially you probably, or some people probably know it. It is really like springy, and you can load this full with pigments. I have my. Let's have a look if I can find it. I should have it over here, right? I'm asking you if you even would know, but that's just weird. I like this one, Da Vinci Colineo series, but I like the. I'm looking for it. This is the one, the Casaneo. I like this one better. But I'm looking for the one that, oh, it's over here. This has had, it's kind of worn off, dirty blue stemmed in it. This is the one I use mostly for swatching. Pyrrole orange, dry, wet brush. Interesting about this is that this pigment has kind of a pinkish undertone to it. Going to reactivate the paint a little bit more. I'm making a mess here off camera. Such a staining pigment. Anyway, let's have a look. So quite staining. I need less of this one. Let's get you a little bit closer. Drawing a little bit too much already. This is such a staining pigment. I need a lot of that ultramarine pink to kind of so you can get quite interesting things with mixing these two. Just the other way around. Oh, I'm using the wrong side of this paper, by the way. Sorry, guys. Well, I'm going to use it anyway, since it's just for comparison. Vintico, let's have a look. I can put it next to it. No problem. So it does have some similarities. You know, this is more Potter pinkish when it comes to the characteristics of the granulation. So I would say putting things from left to right: powder pink, Yinzico, and ultramarine pink, compared next to each other. But you can get some, like, this is almost a like a Mayan red kind of mix, where this is, you know, ultramarine pink and pale orange. So it has some subtleties to it. It's classy, yes, a watercolorist. Maybe that's the right word. And you know, this is anything but classy. This is in your face orange. It hurts your eyes orange. And ultramarine pink, it's classy, like it's a soft granulating. Really violet in its mass tone like this, but the swatches, the mixes, especially diluted a little bit more. Classy, I think, is a nice term that you could use for it. Yeah, absolutely. So let's clean things up here. Coffee isn't dry yet, by the way, if anyone was wondering. Oranges can only bless our eyes, yeah. Maybe. But still, it's quite a bright orange. I think that's it. I should be putting a little bit less gum arabic in my coffee. And maybe it's the honey too. Maybe the oxgal, you know, shouldn't do that anymore as well, because it kind of got everywhere on the paper. The flow was incredible. So is it going to be pure orange after this? Or are we really going to do that? Because, you know, this wet pen, you'll have an entire slab of it on your screen. Yeah, just warning you. Just a friendly heads up. Oxgal coffee is what nightmares are made of. Ah, that sounds, yeah, I don't even want to think about that. That sounds nasty. Now I'm imagining coffee grounds in a watercolor pen. Could be a thing. I don't know. Why? What orange did you mix with the ultramarine? Yeah, a Pyrrol Orange PO73. So what are we going to make? PO73. I think, right? Or does anyone have any other suggestions? The oranges I gave as an option were quinacridone burnt orange, PO48, PO62, benzie orange, or Pyrrol Orange PO73 as oranges that we could make right now, that can be either topped off or put into new pans that I would need. So 3 options. We can you know what, we're going to do it differently. We are going to do it differently. What will we do? I don't know. Which orange? PO73, PO62, or PO48. And here we go. So let me know which of those oranges in the chat do you want? Okay. There's some quinacridone lovers, and then there are some benzie lovers as well. PO73 is too much in your face for people, I think. And there's only 12 of you, 30 now. Oh, it's a tie. 33% for everything. Meaning we miss a percent. Where's that extra percent? Anyway. Is your PO73 opaque? Well, I just swatched this. You can make quite transparent washes with it, but it is a more opaque version of it. The washes here are kind of peachy orange, pink leaning orange. Gulchen, I know you suggested PR255. But, you know, oranges were also suggested, and that is a little bit more convenient filling-wise. PR255 can make a really small batch for the dots, but I can't top them off since they were still wet-ish. So PO73 has an extra vote, and then it got voted against it. Vote could take them back now. Extra vote again. PO73 is on top with 43%, 29% for PO62, 29% for PO48. So 7 votes, meaning 6 of you can still vote and can still change whether you want to have this in your face orange be made and being part of your entire screen. So 6 people, it's 5 to half, talking, you know, time wise, 3:30 almost. 9 votes, and it's a tie again. So it's a tie, which really is not helpful for me. There's 4 more people who can make a difference. In the meantime, this is PR255, Gulchan. So Pyrrol Scarlet. It was rather easy. So, in the meantime, I'm just going to make a tiny little bit of, because this got suggested as well, a tiny bit of Pyrrole Scarlet for a dot. So I can show you, you know, which was the promise. I'm going to make what is asked, but I need to kind of look at, you know, what is convenient for me as well, filling in a Franken orange made out of the 3 orange pigments. Yeah, it should be different proportions though, and it might be a waste of PO48 if I'm being honest, but could be interesting having like the brown orange character of PO48 combined with PO62. I think PO73 will be kind of overruling everything. Oh, PO48 has an extra vote. Now it is 40% for PO48 quinacridone burnt orange against 30% of percent of the votes for pyrrole orange or benzie orange. In the meantime, votes are still open. Which pigment shall I make next? This is Pyrrole Scarlet PR255, whereas Pyrrole Orange PO73 is an in-your-face orange. This is an in-your-face red Scarlet. As you can see, it leans quite orangey on the camera, which it is. A very, very, very warm yellow leaning red, which, you know, basically is a description of what a scarlet is. So 10 votes, 14 people here. Welcome back, Nicole. So if you don't want to see quinacridone burnt orange, but a more like a true orange, because quinacridone burnt orange is an orange pigment, but it's not the most true orange there is, you can make a difference by voting. It's not that I don't want to, fine with everything, but I do like the interaction. Okay, so the votes will be open for 4 more minutes. Then we have 10 minutes to make a vote and for me to make a tiny, tiny, tiny batch of Pyrrole Crimson for a few dots of this color. Maybe I can top off 1 pan. Let me have a look. I'm going to switch the camera and let me have a look. Maybe I can top off there. Maybe even 2. So the rest of them were still wet, but these are dry enough to actually being topped off. Ooh, a watercolorist wants PO73. Using a second account. Blue Fairy Forêt de Pin. Naughty you. Vermilion, red or orange? Red. Depending, and oh, PO48 got an extra vote. I'm sorry, a watercolorist. Depending if you're talking about genuine vermilion, cinnabar, or the genuine vermilion pigment PR106, which is red. Because I think PR106 can be more red leaning, scarlet, but red, whereas cinnabar has kind of a yellowish separation going on. Berlina says, thank you for this subtle mix. It's my pleasure. I don't know. What are you talking about? It's, everything is my pleasure, but what are we talking about here? The these two? Yeah, I redid the video on Cinnabar. Let me have a look. Because oh, no, oh, sorry about this. If you heard anything like a video starting to play. Let me see if I can share it here. I did a video on both Cinnabar and Vermilion. The video I'm sharing right now, where I just put the two old footage like next to each other, comparing how they mull and how they swatch next to each other. Because, you know, and I talked about this before, I did a lot of content for Instagram before, and it was all shot vertically. And YouTube doesn't like that. Like, meaning they do kind of put your screen in a vertical position, but still you lose a lot of space on your screen. So that is the video I just shared is Vermilion, genuine Cinnabar and Vermilion made next to each other. Same goes for this, guys, by the way. A very staining, very tinting pigment that just leaves my slab colored like this. Pearl Scarlet. Also used as, you know, a vermilion hue sometimes. That is one lovely looking pan. If I may say so myself. Yeah, I think I'm ending the poll. I think Quinacridone Burnt Orange just lost, or won, I'm sorry. Quinacridone Burnt Orange is going to be the next orange. I wish I had a little bit more of this. Maybe I have still some left over here. Yeah, I can use this. Okay, so these two, and then I had some tiny amount of paint left that I made last weekend. Oh, there we go. PR 255. It's pan porn. I think that's a compliment, right? So I'm going to clean up while Shalom asks, have you ever tried making binder from Aquazol? Yes, I have. I think Core are using it as a binder for some of their paints. I just ordered 100 grams from Kramer, as they say their plus blue would be stable in it. Oh, that last part is interesting, by the way. Thanks for sharing that information. And Gulchan said, it also feels like the camera screen set the red to max to display it. Well, it didn't. This is like literally what I see in real life is what I see over here. It is that much like in your face-ish red. I have made binder from Aquazol. And the interesting thing about using Aquazol is that it dilutes, or it is soluble in alcohol, so soluble in IPA alcohol, for instance, whereas gum arabic isn't. So you can make a binder that will, I want to say dissolve, but it's not dissolve, but wet hydrophobic pigments really easily because of that alcohol content, whereas with gum arabic it rejects alcohol, so you get a muddy mess. Tracy, welcome. So it is, you know, yes, I made Aquazol, but I also did some tests, since that brand that you're naming says it can hold a higher pigment content. I did some tests on it as far as I possibly can, you know, with the equipment that I have. I have a very extensive setup here for making paint. So I used everything in my to my ability to test how much pigment it would hold, how much pigment versus binder, and for me there wasn't any difference at all. Like using the spectrometers to see if you got a more a vibrant or more chromatic and more one would say pigmented paint. I didn't. So the reason that you're giving, plus blue would be stable in it, is a very solid reason. If Kramer says it, I do believe it. I do trust, you know, what they're saying. So I would take their word. But a brand, you know, like a paint brand that says higher pigment content possible because of the binder, the unique binder Aquazol, no. Not for us, not for me. We already have a higher pigment content when we're you know, handmade paint makers. That's a claim I want to make, and I can just stand behind that. Looking at the reviews and the feedback I got from all of you guys, I think I can stand behind that, saying handmade pigments have a higher pigment concentration. Yeah. So Gulchen says PR 106 is the real deal when it comes to vermilion. Yeah, that's actually PR 106 is vermilion. It is the synthetic version of cinnabar. Both mercury containing pigments, both hazardous. So not my my favorite pigments or paints to make because of that. PR4 and PY1. That sounds fugitive. So now we're getting the same thing. It looks like I'm throwing away a slab full of paint here because of, you know, the high tinting strength of the pigment. Durwood, welcome back. I'm still live after 2 hours. I will still be here for an hour, I think. It's almost been 3 hours, by the way, since I went live. Let's just call this PR255. Let's just call it quinacridone, or a quinacridone. Wow, sorry, I'm looking at the pool. Vermilion hue, but it's my Pyrrole Scarlet. But yeah, you can paint a lot with this without what I'm like scraping here. You could paint it, use it as paint. Sorry, Cinnabar does not have a pigment number according to the website. No, no, it doesn't. It has a, it's a natural pigment. It's a mineral. My PR 106 is still in its tight container until that special mixing day. Nice. Yeah, this is high tinting strength, as you saw with the ultramarine pink earlier. It was like I barely had any pigment on the slab, whereas this, you know, looks like I have a lot of pigment on the slab, but it's the same amount of pigment, same technique, same you know, skill I'm using to scrape all the paint as much as possible off the slab. But so there we go. I have some dirty hands. Okay, I need to wash my hands. And I'm going to, well, I have some tea left, by the way. Yeah, Gulchen, I get that, but like true Cinnabar compared with a hue or even a genuine vermilion, a true Cinnabar is the separation that it has, the granular texture. It has like a slightly yellowish undertone with the red minerals in it. It's quite interesting. Is it worth the toxicity? No, I don't think so. So, you know, I can sell it and I can sell it here to you. Like, it's way better and it's really interesting. It's really unique. And if I were to offer like genuine Cinnabar as a paint, that would be one of the very few who does that, blah, blah, blah. I won't do that since I don't think it's worth it for you. Just being honest here. If like everyone in the chat now says, okay, I would directly buy it from you if you made it. Yeah, in that case, I would change my mind. But no, I wouldn't. It is interesting, but it's not like you can get that same kind of look and feel with something else. I actually need to wash my hands, but yeah, I'm going to wash my hands. Okay, so we're going to make quinacridone burnt orange after this. PL48. So let's first do that over here. So that has been changed, and I'm going to take a, I don't know, I think glass of water, and I'm going to wash my hands. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm kind of back. Gulchen, what's the website site I checked? Pigment numbers. I'm going to send them here for you. Let's have a look. We have made a typo there with the, or didn't I? Let's have a look. Are they both working? Yeah, oh, they're both working. Okay, good. I'm going to pin the top one. So artistpigment.org. That's the one I use mostly lately. Looking at how quickly the guy behind it likes put that up, and how detailed and experimental, and you know, it's an amazing resource. So getting the band back together-ish kind of here. Tracy, a watercolorist. We're missing a few more faces, like the familiar faces, but I know it is like it's in the middle of a working day here in Europe. It's way too early in the morning. I think Durwood can agree for the US. Tracy, for you as well, but I know you have been earlier than this sometimes, so thanks for joining. Really happy for you to be here again. So quinacridone burnt orange. I need to take a look. Yes. That is beautiful. Sealed for freshness. That's what it said on the seal of the lid. So it's fresh pigment, guys. Okay, so I'm letting this age on the slab here, so the paint is going to be of a higher quality. Now that's ridiculous. There's no such thing as aging on the slab. I just need to put on a new layer of liquid gloves, invisible gloves. Zdenka. Oh, that's fine. Thanks for joining anyway. I will still be here maybe in an hour, although I might be closing shop. Let's have a look. Berlina, question: is it true that PL48 is being discontinued? It is discontinued. I'm reluctant to. I'm sorry, that kind of falls away behind the. Can I touch it? To pay attention to rumors. Perhaps no, it is discontinued. So the Quinacridone line of pigments, PL49, has been discontinued for quite a while. As we all know, I have a batch of dry pigment of that left, but pigment dispersions are quite popular nowadays of that pigment. PL48 is fully discontinued. There's no dispersion of it available. There is, yeah. I think I'm one of the few who still has it. PR47, PR206, also discontinued. So a lot of things are replaceable by cheaper pigments when it comes to the big industries. Car industries, because of quinacridone gold mostly, the car industry is a very, I want to say, important, famous example. So when we look at the kind of an upside down pyramid, that was my microphone, sorry about that, an upside down pyramid of who uses pigment, we are in the bottom layer of it. The art world, you artists, paint makers, we're on the bottom of it. We don't get the scraps, we get high quality stuff. But the top layer of pigments, like PL49, it was very popular in the 70s for car paints, but then, you know, things like transparency, things like granulation, I don't know, PL49 doesn't have that, but manganese blue, for instance, has it. Granulation, transparency, staining, it all really doesn't matter when it comes to car finishes, to paint, to that kind of paint. And iron oxide, like an earth red, for instance, or something that is, you know, very similar to mix a PL48 or a PL49, is way more interesting for those industries than, you know, keeping this for the small amount of artists that still want to use it. So that's kind of the reason behind discontinuation of some pigments. We talked about manganese blue before. It's because of the toxic waste it produced. It sucks, yeah, that things are getting discontinued, yeah. Well, if you find a tube of PL49, 48, PR88, thioindigoid, red or violet, things like that, just grab those, right? I mean, if you like the color, don't do it because you wanna hoard paint, for instance. Feel free if you do, you know, feel free if you want to buy my paint just because hoarding, I don't mind that, but we can live without it. I mean, there is kind of a new phase of pigment development on its way. Oh, speaking of phase, a watercolor is certainly a new phase for you guys. I wish you happy adventures. What are you talking? Oh, sorry, you're talking with Tracy. Wait, please. You talk. But you know, talking about the pigments. It's a shame. And I fully agree, Berlina. Your feeling, I get that when you're talking about a marketing trick. Rumors that paint manufacturers kind of put out there to sell more of the paint or to make it feel more exclusive and things like that. I wouldn't be surprised if some of it like is true about that. Yeah, please hoard my paints, guys, and use them as well, or like hoard in bulk, buy more at once, so you're sure you have enough for the rest of your life. Yes, Tracy, absolutely. It's really interesting that some like chemists are recreating. Speaking of a very staining pigment, by the way, I don't know if you see this. I kind of scratched that into my slab with the pigment. Yeah, maybe it's the wrong word for it, but now there's like an orange swipe in my slab. This is why it's called quinacridone burnt orange. It has this reddish character. Ooh, Fat Filbert, you are. This is sharp of you. You're seeing me using my technique here. It's asking if it's hydrophobic. Well, it doesn't like to be mixed with binder like all at once. And I notice when I'm making paint, I'm doing it more like this with pigments like this, because I have just a little bit more control over how much I mix into my binder. Every step, so it can be milled more evenly, if that makes sense. The thing with creating quinacridone, I actually really wish Corpse Starch was here, for instance, because he could add right things. I lost the word now. Thanks, Trey. This is what I really like, about you guys kind of getting to know me as a paint maker. It's giving it away. It's really nice to hear that and see that you're recognizing it. But I don't know what the exact element is in quinacridone pigments, but it's really hard to get, apparently. He told me. And you can make the ingredient needed to make, for instance, quinacridone gold. You can make that out of PV19, quinacridone violet, or quinacridone rose, or whatever kind of PV19 it is. You can make it out of that. You can synthesize it out of that, but it is very expensive, and but it's hard to get that base ingredient. I have a quinacridone gold video on my YouTube as well, and it shows the same thing. It forms little lumps. I can show you here. It forms little lumps underneath my muller. So you see the lumps over here, and on the sides. And that leaves the lines on my slab. So it lumps together quite easily. It's quite sticky. 16 of you here already. Thanks for joining, everyone. For those of you I haven't said hi to, hello. Well, it shouldn't be hard to get if they, if it was like in mass production still. I think. I don't know. You see, that's why we need some of the other regulars joining as well. Paolo or Corpse Starch, for instance. They would have known the answer. If you're rewatching this, either of you, leave it in the comments, please. As a paint maker, do you ever want to make pigments yourself? Well, I do make one pigment myself. It's my Fra Angelico Blue. Check out the video if you haven't seen it already. That's the only pigment I make. I'm planning to make ochre out of like rough ochre, just purifying the ochre pieces, grinding up the pigment, and I wish I had like some chemist here near me with an interest in pigments, like near me. We have close friends in our community here, but I would literally mean like in town, and getting into a lab and just seeing how we can make, or how I can make, or how someone makes a pigment, and just experiencing that from up close. I would love that for to happen, but making pigment myself, yes and no. It would be really neat if I were able to do it. Otherwise, yeah, I don't think it would add anything to this process. And it's quite a lot of things I have going on already, so maybe it is a little bit too much. Manganese and cobalt are hard to mine minerals. They are a large deposit in Congo, Africa, where there's conflict. This might be a factor on in how hard to extract process export is. Absolutely. Zdenka, I'm really curious where you're from then. You said goedemiddag, which gives quite a lot away, but you don't need to share that here, by the way. Conflict in Africa and those mining areas, it's an issue. But for cobalt and manganese, I don't really see that yet. In the pigments. There's been a time when I was kind of anxious on nickel, because of nickel being used a lot in technology, in chips and microchips and things like that. So nickel azo yellow, nickel azo yellow, my green gold, my things like that are are quite precious, and I don't want to lose those. Nickel yellow P1, PY150, for instance. It would be really, really hard to lose those as a pigment. Other nickel pigments as well. But I haven't seen that happening yet as well, so luckily. I'm talking too much. This is drying up way too much. Yeah, I figured that out. Although, you know, there are sometimes people who use Google Translate to just say hi in my kind of mother tongue, but I figured we are from the same country. And everything is relative in our country, since you know, it's such a small country. Helping to hide for carnival goers. You're not a big fan of carnival? Ah, okay. So they're contaminating it as well. Yeah, the shipping thing, you know, Thank you, trouwens. Dankjewel trouwens. Thank you, by the way, Gulchen. But I had like a little talk on Etsy with someone. They thought my shipping was too much when it came to international shipping, and then someone else contacted me. How much is your shipping? I said, well, it's kind of between 10 11 euros, internationally tracked and insured. So, you know, that's the only thing I offer. And they thought it was super cheap. And they were from the US as well. Or super cheap, but, you know, very doable. And someone else said it was way too much. Really depending on if you just buy one paint, or I've had people like buying just a swatch template of mine. If you're not familiar with my swatch templates, these are my swatch templates. Go check out the video if you haven't already about my swatch templates. And you know, shipping is more than just this. So I added a few dots of paint because I really felt bad. But there's people who also do that. So it's really kind of confusing for me, like where I'm at when it comes to what is reasonable. I mean, I ask kind of what I pay. Sometimes shipping is a little bit more. Sometimes it's a few cents less, but like, yeah, it's not even an average. I think on average I pay more for shipping than I actually get, but I don't want to make it more expensive right now. But I know that some people are used to free shipping, like every online shop has free shipping, and Etsy isn't just a place for free shipping. I mean, Etsy tried to do that with my shop, asking, you know, if you apply free shipping above orders, for orders above $40, you will get a rise, this much percent rise in sales because blah blah blah. But in order to get that, or in order to get that back, I needed to raise my prices for all my products. So if I would add like 50 cents on every paint that I offer, people would pay more in bigger orders, or in general, people from the Netherlands as well, would pay more for my paints, because a small percentage of people would get my shipping for free. Under $40, I think, you still needed to pay shipping. So you had and more expensive paint, and you needed to pay shipping for just that small percentage of people that wanted free shipping. And yeah, I know Etsy goes like, okay, but you know, if someone buys, you know, 25 euros of paint from you, but they get free shipping, you know, plus 10 or 11 euros, 35, 36. And if they pay 4 more euros, they get free shipping. So they pay the same amount of money on paint plus extra to get free shipping and more paint. I think, yeah, that was just too much for me. Now I get the idea behind it, but as you know, everyone's saying, I'm kind of reading while I'm talking. Everyone's saying, thanks by the way for people who say it's very reasonable or even cheap. But I had the same experience. I bought a booklet. It was a very thin book. It was like this big, very thin, and I needed to pay $25 of shipping from the US, and you know, before taxes. Yeah, but you know, Nicole, but paying 68 cents, that's not insured then, is it? I think. Happy of you to have found me, Zdenka. Okay, now I really need to kind of pay a little bit more attention to my paint, but in the meantime I'm just going to... I don't get that. I don't get, you know, why buying... it's been a while though, but when I bought something from AliExpress, I had the option to get free shipping or pay 45 euros to get it 2 days earlier. There was like no logic in that for me. Both tracked, both insured. Yeah, but you know, we're also living in a time where we can actually find things from Japan, or from the US, overseas. Just, you know, I'm really happy that people from the US have found my shop, for instance. So we're living in a time where everything like that is possible, and I'm really thankful for that, mostly. That there's always people who demand more or better or cheaper, or you know, that there's always people who have that issue, and with very good reason, because a lot of people give into you know, messages of web shops like that, trying to, how can we compete with Amazon while being Etsy, is not a reasonable thought. Zelda game soundtracks. Oh, I have one of those. I had like, I think that's 20 years ago. I bought a Zelda CD that came with a little Master Sword and the shield in a box, in a collector's box. Awesome times. Yeah, I know, Berlin. It is for the US, and I can only raise my prices for the US as well. But I think it's not reasonable for me to ask more for my paints. And I need to keep in account that every time the shipping rates go up. So they go for a lot. Oh, I really need to check into that. I need to keep in account that if I do that for people for the US, I need to raise my prices of my paint every year for the US as well. And I also already need to raise my prices since the pigment prices go up dramatically. So putting like the shipping, including the shipping costs into my paint as well. Yeah. I just don't want people to go to my shop and expect something like, you know, a big web shop. Like, I don't do returns as well. I mean, it's included in my policies. I can replace a paint if it's like, if you can show it as like it's really bad, or there's something missing, or if there's damage because of the shipping company, or an external factor, not me, it's insured. But if there's anything wrong with the paint, we can figure out how to get like a replacement or a discount or whatever. But people who buy something, then think, okay, you know, swatch it and think, okay, this is not my color, I want to send it back like it is like a big web shop. I can't do that. I mean, I can't give you a return label. You need to pay those costs if you want to do that. Also, I've already put my sales, paint that you bought, I put that in my taxes. So I pay taxes over them. You know, there's loads of factors why I just cannot be, and I'm speaking for myself, but I know that's everyone at Etsy, have the same policies as like the big web shops. And I really hope everyone gets that. I know probably, you know, everyone here gets that. Oh wait, you, Tracy. I've been searching to buy a German-made liquid moly, the hand cream. Now there's product placement in this live. Okay, I need to change that. But yeah, the invisible. It costs nearly the same amount to ship, around 20 euros each. But don't they sell this in? I know it's made in Germany. But it is. I know their social media account is like has an American department as well. So. Well, I agree with that, Gulchan. Just, you know, make someone else happy with it, or Facebook Marketplace. I don't know, somewhere you can get rid of it. Hopefully, really, they don't resell my paint. That would be something else. But in the meantime, quinacridone burnt orange is all wetted, and now time to mull everything. let's first get everything off the slab, since these sides have dried a little bit already. Okay, so let's get everything re-wetted first, so I can get everything to mull evenly. Isn't it legislation to be able to return everything within 14 days when bought online, or is it just Dutch policy? I have a cancellation period, yes. Return everything, I don't know, maybe, but you know, for the Netherlands I think it's a little bit different. Since you know you don't have to pay a lot of shipping, but I need to look it up, maybe, but luckily I didn't have anything like that happening. But also, you know, returning it unopened, that's like a factor, unused. And that's difficult when it comes to watercolors. You can go to a big online shop, open up a watercolor tube, squeeze it out, think, okay, this is not my color, send it back. I mean, I give enough information, and you can approach me with questions if you want to know everything before you buy it, and if you bought it and you want to cancel it, it is possible within a certain time frame. You have backups of PO48. Well, luckily, Tracy, this was a fresh jar I just opened, but I have more where that came from. So, Amazon charges $90 a year for Prime, which opens doors for free shipping. That is a good idea, by the way. Like a free shipping subscription thingy. Yeah, but with Prime, $90 is a lot if you don't order a lot, if you don't use the streaming service, if you don't use the music. There's lots of things if you don't use it. I order quite a lot from Amazon when it comes to gear, you know, just the camera stuff, you know, things like that. I use it quite a lot for that, so Prime is convenient for me. Also, I use the streaming service, so it's a two-in-one thing for me. I could kind of make a new YouTube subscription, a more expensive one, like if you subscribe to my YouTube for I don't know, $10 a month, you can get free shipping. But that would only help me if it's like, if you won't order more than once a month. So that would be Thank you, Durwood. I try to do that as much. I try to keep that up as much as possible. It's kind of like I'm waking up with people. If there's a lot of questions and people are contacting me, I'm waking up with messages from Australia, and I go to bed with messages from the US because of the time difference. But I try to give a reply just as quickly as I see it, or if I have time for it. If there's like really specific questions that I need to be in my studio for, obviously I can't get back to everything all at once. So what I'm doing now with PO48, so we're talking shipping mostly, but and web shop based things. What I'm doing with PO48, it's all wet, but it lumps together. So what you have is like a very thick paste-like consistency with quinacridone paints. Quinacridone violet has the same thing. Quinacridone gold. Maroon. Not all the quinacridones have it like the same amount, but it's all wetted, it's all kind of mixed within the binder. So what I'm doing now, I know how much binder I used. I'm adding just a few drops of binder with my water to make this paste into a very, that was luckily not a lot of paint, but almost messy everywhere. So I need to get a paint that is like easily scoopable into my pans. And with that very pasty, thick consistency, you don't have that. So nice thing about it, the coffee still isn't dry, by the way. But a nice thing about this, and let's have a look. EU requires 14 days for returns and exchanges. You can set conditions, though. I find this works well to discourage scammers. Yeah, I have those conditions. I put them in my Etsy shop. So like legally, I'm set, but it's always, I've never had people like wanting to return an item, but there were people who were, I don't know, they expected more from a certain color, or they had a kind of idea or expectation. And that, to be honest, if it's used, I can't do anything with that. If you want to return something, and it is within a certain time frame, it would be possible, but shipping isn't on me, and that's the thing where most people get kind of stuck, because of those big web shops, and you need to pay for shipping towards you as a customer. And if you're not happy with the product, or if it's not up to your expectation, or whatever the reason is, you need to pay for returns as well. The big web shops don't do that, but a lot of smaller web shops do, and I find it like weird that that's what people are surprised by. But I guess, those were the same people who would, for instance, take a bite out of a candy bar and say, "Oh, I don't like this chocolate," and expect their money back. I think those are the same kind of people. But there's a place for everyone in this world, I guess. I think. I had, there was one listing that I had, and it was actually to encourage people to add, or encourage people. It was an option from my side to my customers to add more paint. Hey, welcome to their order. So it was like you could add things in 50-cent steps, like until the amount that you needed in paying, add a message, and it had free shipping. But only possible for, with the message, only possible if you already made an order. If you want something else, for instance, maybe something from for €7 and it's 50 cents, you need to add that item 14 times, since 50 cents times 14 is €7, and it would be added to, with the message added to your existing order. It was kind of a messy way, but I thought, I had a lot of people forgetting something, and now I do offer a free shipping option for people with an open order. So if you have an open order and thought, I want an Indian yellow with my order, is it still possible? I don't want to cancel it. So yeah, there's a free shipping coupon, and I will add the Indian yellow to your existing order so it can be shipped all at once. But I had, talking about scammers, I had a problem. Like bot accounts ordering those free shipped products, but just one. So paying me 50 cents for a product that it had no message, it had no shipping, and it's either bots or it was someone who wanted to leave a bad review because I never kind of shipped anything. So I canceled those orders, and I got rid of the listing because it happened like 8 times in a few days, where different accounts but with the same kind of end letters or end, like, I don't know, symbols, made the same kind of order. It was very suspicious, and yeah, so I got rid of that quite quickly. Really, Trader Joe's takes back food that has been open. Well, I know, our supermarkets here, they will take it back or refund or replace the food if it's the quality isn't good. But like taking it back fully if it doesn't match your taste. Well, I had someone who wanted their money back because the order wasn't complete, and they wanted all their money back. And it was quite an issue, because I knew, yes, it can happen that I forget something, or I kind of try to find a solution if I can't like fulfill your order fully. But I usually have quite open communication about that. But then they send me a picture of the order. Products that weren't even mine. They were of a competitor, like a direct competitor. And I really didn't know what to do with that. Like I want to stay friendly, but it was like such an attacking kind of tone directly from the start of the conversation. With demanding the money back and things like that. So it's not even my order. Yes, it is, and I really don't know how to handle those situations. I mean, I don't think I would get used to that if that would happen more often. But yeah. Yeah, but there's a lot of people, and I'm happy to do it, by the way, if you have that question, or if you're in doubt about my products. There's a lot of people who ask, okay, can you show me a swatch? Or I had one person who wanted to see Mayan Red, for instance, if it wasn't as streaky as the version of one of the big brands, and I showed it, and it wasn't. They never bought it because I didn't offer it as a standard paint. They never bought it as a custom order. But I'm happy to show like what it looks like. I'm happy to show like the comparison between, you know, if PG10 is worth it next to PY129. Are you ready to spend a lot more money on this because this is a very extinct pigment and I don't have a lot of it, than this? Is it worth it? Well, in my opinion, I don't think it's worth spending a lot of money on a paint that you know, especially in mixes, you really don't see a difference if you don't put them next to each other. If you are a collector, absolutely happy to help you, but I'm also being honest here. If you need that help, I'm there for you. But yeah, if people don't kind of contact me before they buy something, and they are like quite aggressive in their way of communicating when it's not to their liking or to their expectation, it can be really frustrating. But it's part of the job as well, I think. Yeah, Tracy, absolutely, absolutely. So let's scoop this into pans. Let's have a look. Let's first make a few dots. I bought stuff from an art store and they sometimes didn't have the stuff I ordered in stock, and they just refund me that amount. You know, that's possible. I've had that once. Like I made an order. Which color was that, Zdenka? Just curious. I once made an order to pick up in the store. And then they said to me they didn't have that as well, and you know, we figured they got me a refund for it. But then they said, yeah, you can't trust the stock that's on the website is not accurate. You know, okay, what use is a web shop if the stock isn't accurate? That was really like, okay, you're making it really difficult for yourself here, because I know that some customers would have been like quite mad about it. Ah, yes. Well, that is one I showed in during a live as well, because someone asked Kaput Mortun how it compares to how it separates ish, and how it compared to Indian Red, because it has the same pigment number. And it is a very valid question, and I get that more often, but you know, I get that. Well, the thing in that store was their stock was based on whatever was in the on the shelves in the shop, and they need to update it, you know, manually. So if they sold something in the shop, the stock online wasn't accurate anymore. But I think that's making it quite difficult for yourself. Thanks for joining, Tracy. Always a pleasure. And I hope you have a great day. By the way, guys, this is really going to be my last paint, since the coffee still isn't dry yet. Okay, let's have a look. Maybe I can put it. There's a little bit of draft there. But this is going to be my last paint. Since I'm almost live for 4 hours already. I did enjoy doing this, by the way, guys. I hope you did as well. Some of you were here for quite a long time. Very thankful of it. Still busy, by the way. Please don't leave. But unless if you have to leave, right then. I wouldn't stop you. A watercolorist, if you are still here, I'll be doing Pyrrole Orange next time, okay? Yeah, I still need to kind of, I'm responsible for dinner, so I also need to kind of figure out what we're going to do for dinner. Okay, so there should be sound again, hopefully. I'm just checking if I get feedback here from you guys. Okay, good. Or, okay, yeah, so my laptop is on, on the, like, it's not going in sleep mode. But apparently my display is, and that feeds USB to my laptop, which feeds USB to my microphone. It's a USB-C microphone. And apparently when my screen goes to standby mode, my sound dies. So we learn things every day. What I was saying, it is really hard to make like a beautiful dot, like the Pyrrole Scarlet, with the very thick and syrupy consistency of syrupy, not even syrupy, paste-like consistency that quinacridone burnt orange has. So reason why I put it in a jar just now, and I think I was still there when I said that, but I want it to be a little bit more liquid to pour the last layer in my pens. And that's going to just take a while. So I'm going to put these, just going to put these on a shelf over here for now. I'm going to clean up whatever we have on the slab over here. And I'll go back to see if the coffee dries a little bit better. Also, I made a small experiment with my, I don't know if you recognize this, but these are the molds I made for ultramarine green. Let's quickly see if this, oh my. This looks quite promising. So almost perfect. There are some air bubbles on the side, but the muller and palette knife stamp that I made for my ultramarine green pens in my paint, this is actually quite nice. Okay, so a little bit of like experimenting while making paint, while doing my thing with that, but it pays off. It's really weird when you think of what gets involved, what is involved by just doing that. You need to learn how to make a mold. You need to have the right materials for it. You need to know how to 3D design, 3D print, making molds, and then after that finding out what works best for the material you're using. So a lot of steps and a lot of things are involved by doing just a silly thing like that. It's basically what it is, because that little relief stamp that I made, I think it disappears after using the paint just once, maybe twice, depending on how much you use it. Thanks. So here, while wetting the slab and cleaning everything, you see why it's so closely related to quinacridone gold. I did a test though, just for those of you who are still here. Oh, that's 14 of you still here. Thanks everyone. I did a test once a while back where I mixed PO48 with nickel azo yellow, PY150, to create quinacridone gold hue. I don't have any brand version of it though, so I made my own mix, and I put that under the spectrometer, and it was so close, but you saw it was a mix. And I'm going to have a look if I have that little swatch card. No, the little stamp relief. I'm probably going to make a limited edition paint out of that. Like maybe more of a dirty blue collector's item than, you know, something I would do with all my paints, because it's just not doable for everything. I don't know how to make a good version of that with this pigment, for instance, when it's this thick. So I need to have the same consistency when scooping it into a pan. And pigments just act differently like that. Same as, you know, some pigments dry shinier than others because it's a pigment property, and I don't add anything to counteract that. So first a proper clean of everything here, and then going to have a look at that coffee, and then I'm going to have a look if I can find that quinacridone gold and quinacridone burnt orange azo yellow and mix as the quinacridone gold hue, and then I will call it a day. Nice sound. So everything is dry and clean. Let's have a look if I can quickly find that swatch. Luckily I can. Let's have a look if we can open this spectrometer again and see if we can. Let's first do a single comparison. So I have PO 49 over here. I will adjust the filter to work against the reflections. So there's this this curve over here. Let me quickly see if I can. Yeah, this is better. Okay, so there's this curve over here. If we go to this side, this is a mix. Interestingly, there's a little dent over here. No dents, or a small. It's not a dent. It goes slightly up and then steeper, while this actually has a dent in it. It goes down. I don't see the chat, by the way, so I need to keep an eye on that. This is very interesting for me because looking at, let's have a look if we can compare it. Quality control. Quality control over here. Starting a new session with a new reference with the next device, PO49 as a reference. Yeah, we keep it like this for now. And then the mix. So you can see you have a little better look on it over here. So the color, you can do this with the colorimeter as well. This doesn't say anything, but this, the red is the mix and the green is the original. So slightly less cyan is reflected by it, or slightly less blue, a lot more green is reflected by it, and then it goes down. You have the little saddle over here, and then in the reds it's kind of the same, which would make sense, since, you know, this part over here is what quinacridone orange or burnt orange would reflect as well. But that little dent over here, apparently, I've looked into it. Berolina, thanks for joining. It's been a pleasure, and I'm going like in 2 minutes. Then I've been online for over 4 hours already. But this little dent in here, thanks for everyone, like, if you're leaving. This is apparently something that shows in mixes. So if you would have a pure orange, for instance, versus a mix between yellow and red, but they would have the same color, the mix would show that little saddle bump that we have over here, and the original doesn't. I've read that a long time ago. And with this, you know, PL48 with P1, oh, sorry about that, with PY150 or PL49 like the original, it showed that, and that was like really surprising to me to see. Okay, you know, it's actually a thing. So yeah, 4 hours. 7 minutes 35 seconds. I'm going to look what we're going to have for dinner. If you haven't seen like the videos I talked about, either my quinacridone gold or about my swatching template, where I also use Yintico ultramarine green, where I show you the entire process of the little molds and stamps I make. Check out those videos. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's have a look if we can get this chat back. Paolo, no! You are I'm just about to leave, Paolo. I'm so sorry. We missed you. Literally, because we wanted to know, it was either you or corpse starch. What is the like element that is needed to make quinacridone gold? And I couldn't I could look it up in a chat, but this community needs each other, as you're shown right now. But thanks for joining anyway. I'm about to log out. If there's anything you'd like to see in the future, oh, please don't, you know, don't, it is okay. You know, don't need to kind of explain yourself. For anyone here in the chat, if there's anything you want to see in the future, a watercolorist, if you're still listening or watching or still here, PO73 is next for you. So not this stream, but it will be a different stream. But I will definitely make that. So thanks for everything. Thanks everyone. Thanks for joining. I will leave the chat on a little bit longer. So if you have suggestions, please drop them down in the chat. So you know, I can write that down and take that with me for a different time. For now, thank you so much, and hopefully see you next time.